myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids, I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
Dad, I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
Evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Sace Merit Ceremony 2021 here at Government House. My name's Thomas Aldan. I'm with the communications team at the Sace Board. And in a moment, we'll commence the presentation of the subject merits for the learning areas of arts, language, and English. Now, before we begin, there are a few housekeeping items. In the unlikely event that we need to evacuate the area, we have an emergency, our exits are located at Keynote Avenue and over at the North Terrace entrance. So please follow the directions of our designated safety staff and our event staff. Toilets, should you need them during the ceremony or after the ceremony, there are toilets at the back to the left of the stage. An official photograph will be taken for each merit recipient on the stage, and details of how to access these photos are in the back of your booklet, and there'll be plenty of opportunity to take your own photos on the grounds after the presentation in front of Government House. And this event is being live streamed from the Sace website. The address is printed at the bottom of the program insert, which is also in that booklet. And that recording will also be made available on the Sace website later in the week. And finally, if I could ask you to please just ensure that your phones are switched to silent. Great. Well, thank you. And now it's my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Gana miana wangandi mani nabudni gana yatana. Nadlu Dampindi Gana Miana Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people are the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Good morning everyone, and welcome to the Merit Ceremony 2021. The first time staging the Merit Ceremony in smaller groups and doing it like this for COVID restrictions. You know, we've had to adapt the ceremony because of the changes that have been made, but of course, you've been doing that all year. Your students, teachers, you as parents, making those changes, adapting, something's changed, we responded to it. And I think really the cohort of 2021, the class of 2020, will be known for that resilience that they've shown and the excellence that they've achieved through their studies in the Sace. The Sace Merit Ceremony this year celebrates the achievements of over 1,000 students in 75 different Stage 2 subjects, a real showcase, I think, for the depth and breadth of the Sace. You know, I was thinking about the Sace Merit Ceremony, and some of you will have seen the inauguration, Joe Biden's inauguration. And Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate, reading her poem, The Hill We Climb. If you've not seen that, I recommend that you do go and have a look at that online on YouTube. I just wanted to share with you the last few lines of that poem. She talked about, when the day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. The merits that we celebrate today really, I think, are telling us something about you, about our students. That you can be it. You can be that light as we come out of the shade of uncertainty of COVID. There's always a shade of uncertainty with the future. But you are that light. You can be that light. You've shown us that there's something special about you. You're the next generation of thinkers and doers. You've shown us that you can play an active role in your community and you can inspire others with what you do. So this is a celebration of where we've got to, but it's also a celebration of the beginning that this transition from school represents for you. Every year we gather a group of special guest presenters to assist in presenting the merit certificates. These presenters have made outstanding contributions of their own to their chosen fields. For the learning area of arts, English and languages, we're thrilled to have with us Kylie Neagle. Kylie is passionate about providing authentic arts learning experiences that develop students' critical thinking and their curiosity. Kylie started her career in education at Trinity College, where she taught visual arts and was the head of arts and coordinator of the Space Gallery for 10 years. Kylie completed a graduate diploma in art history and a master's in museum and curatorial studies at the University of Adelaide in partnership with the Art Gallery of South Australia, and was awarded the Museums Australia Prize for the most outstanding student. In her current role, Kylie has developed many education resources, including the gallery's Curiosity Cards, Art School in a Box, and the award-winning Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Art in the Classroom publication. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Kylie Neagle.
Thank you, Martin, for that. That was wonderful. I too would like to acknowledge the traditional lands of the Kaurna people and the land upon which we meet. I'd like to pay special tribute to those elders past, present, and those emerging, particularly those that are looking after and caring for country, including our waterways and ecosystems. As Martin said, my name is Kylie Neagle. I am the Education Officer at the Art Gallery of South Australia, just up the road. And that role primarily consists of writing resources, trying to work out ways to engage students with works of art, so developing programs. But essentially it's about narrowing that bridge between the artist, the art museum and the visitor, and trying to bring those three together. When I left school, I studied a Bachelor of Visual Arts, and then I did honours, and then I did teaching, and then I went into a teaching role, as Martin said. But at about this 8-year mark, I realised that I was still really passionate about education and particularly about art, but I really wanted to move on from that. I had done all that I could do in that role, so I headed back to study. So I went and enrolled for the Diploma of Art History, and then went and did a Master's in Museum and Curatorial Studies. And I make that sound like it was really easy and straightforward, but it obviously was not, because working full-time and studying full-time is quite a commitment. But it came with a certain amount of risk, and that risk eventually, I guess professionally and financially, there was a lot of risk in moving away from the teaching profession and moving into a less stable environment in the arts, but it comes with a huge amount of reward as well. So I graduated in the year 2000, which was 21 years ago. So when I was working that out last night, I did have a bit of a realisation that I'm no longer the 18-year-old that I think I am in my head. But back then, I couldn't stand PE. I hated sport, didn't play any sport, and avoided physical activity at all costs. So I studied quite a few of the subjects that we're here to celebrate today, including visual arts, drama, English, history and science. Back then, I just did subjects that I enjoyed. That's all I focused on. I didn't have any consideration about what that would equal in terms of a job or a university pathway, but I had a really great time at school. Fast forward 21 years, and of course, I'm still very much interested and passionate about arts and history. Those two go very much hand in hand. And science has its part to play too in the world of critical thinking and experimentation. Art and science are a lot more similar than you may think. But today, as I stand before you, over the past 10 years, I have run 6 marathons and 16 half marathons. Physical activity is now very much an important part of my life. The skills that I've learnt from running include never giving up, even when things are really hard, pushing through and leaning into the discomfort, knowing that I'm capable of a lot more than what I give myself credit for. Running keeps me sane. It gives me a sense of control and achievement that nobody can take away. I share with you my passion for art and running is because I want to highlight, particularly for the students here today, that things will change over the next 10, 20 and 30 years for you. Your interests will change, your friendship groups, where you live, and your career will most likely shift. And that's okay, and it's actually really exciting. We hear this all the time, but it really is true. The jobs of tomorrow have not been invented yet. I mean, who would have thought we would be where we are today in 2020? The entire travel industry around the world has been turned upside down, though thousands of upskilled people are now needing to channel their skills into other ventures. Who would have thought that we would need contract tracers? And those changes happen just in 12 months' time. So the path to success that some of your teachers may have outlined for you is that you work hard, you get good grades, you go to uni, you get a good job. Sure, that is one path, but it's not usually that direct, and nor is it the path that everyone will take. Life is pretty messy. I think 2020 proved that for us. We were faced with problems that were yet to be solved. A vaccine for COVID, a vaccine that would save people's lives and grant others permission to resume their normal daily activities without the fear of infection. The majority of us could never have predicted the repercussions of such an illness, despite all the knowledge we have acquired since the beginning of life on Earth. The current pandemic has highlighted that there are still gaps, things which are unknown, unpredictable, erratic in nature, and potentially harmful to economies and humankind. But regardless of the pandemic and all the challenges that it brought with us, particularly for you as students in your final year of school, I want to leave you today with 5 tips for how to move forward post-school, post-COVID, and live a life that is full of enjoyment and success. Success that is measured by you and you alone, and goals set by you. So, my top tip number 1 is to discover a love for learning by engaging with your world. What books are you reading? What interesting article have you read lately that you could share with someone else? Listen to podcasts. Consume, or rather feed your mind with quality programs, podcasts, TV, films, books, things that help you to question the world that you live in. Curate your digital portfolio. Social media can be a really powerful tool. Curate your newsfeed, that it will feed your mind and not be mindless. Jobs in social media didn't exist when I was at school, and we have 2 people whose roles that is at the gallery. So you just don't know what's ahead of you. So rather than be focused on learning things and facts, focus on developing your critical thinking skills that you can adapt to any environment. In the great words of Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, the only way to do great work is to love what you do. I really believe this. Worry less about the where will that get me, and focus on enjoying learning and enjoy doing what you do, whatever that is. Number 2 is network. Talk to people. That's how you get to know what's out there, what other opportunities await you. Follow up, introduce yourself to people. One day you may need to hit that person up for an idea or a suggestion, or have them take part in a project. Volunteer. You never know who you're going to meet or what opportunities will open up as a result of that. As a part of my internship, as a part of my master's, I did 2 internships, which were unpaid work, and ultimately that led to me getting to know people in the arts industry and to where I am today. Plus, you get to give back to your community, which is really important. Number 3, carve out your own opportunities. Do what you love and find a job that you love doing rather than a job that will be secure and pay well. It's not always as rewarding as you might think. If you want it badly enough, you will make it happen. There's no such thing as luck. Apply good work ethic and make the most of opportunities as they arise. Good fortune will follow. Number 4, surround yourself with people who get it. People who are encouraging, people who are positive, but also people who challenge the way you think or solve problems. People who will push you to be the best version of yourself. And if you can't find people like that in your life just yet, then you need to be that person for yourself. Number 5, be the person to speak last. You cannot control other people or their reactions. You can only control how you react to a situation. So make good choices. Pause, assess situations before responding or giving an opinion. Let other people have their say, let them be heard. Evaluate everyone's contribution. Speak last, but listen first. So finally, I would like to congratulate the class of 2020 and thank parents, guardians, teachers for their ongoing and relentless support of students during a year like no other. Well done to you all. You all made it, and I wish the students all the very best for 2021, whatever that may hold. Thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. Okay, I will now introduce the merit recipients. But if, as I read out the names, if I could ask you to hold your applause until the end, that'd be great. Now, June Bay and Muhammad Ali both received merits for Essential English, but they are not here today. So I present Mackenzie Barrett, who received a merit for Visual Arts Design. This is Jordan Bender, who received a merit for Drama. Georgia Benvenuto, a merit for Essential English. Can I present Isabella Bernardi, who received a merit for Drama? Odette Biggs received a merit for Music Studies. This is Millie Brake, who received a merit for Music Performance Ensemble. Charlie Butler received a merit for Visual Arts Design. I present Leslie Collado, who received a merit for Visual Arts Design. So what was that? Okay. So we have Eve Carlin and Jock Carr. Eve received a merit for Visual Arts Design, and Jock received for Eve received for English Literary Studies, and Jock Carr received for Visual Arts Design, and both of those are not here today. So I present Yun Chan. No? Yun Chan is not here also, and received a merit for English as an additional language. We have Jung Choi, who received a merit for Japanese Continuous. Can I present Andrew Kondo, who received a merit for Visual Arts Art. Alana Del Oro received a merit for Visual Arts Design. Can I present Justina Dutka, who received a merit for Polish Continuous. Next is Ariel Zeno, who received a merit for Creative Arts, and Ariel's not here today. So I'll present Connor Ferguson, who received a merit for Drama. Max Fisher received a merit for Creative Arts. Can I present Jana Forster, received a merit for Korean Continuous. And I'd like to present Gajanan Frost for Music Performance Solo. This is Boglaka Fuza, who receives a merit for Hungarian Continuous. Amy Gladiger for Visual Arts Art. Next, we have Maria Gorpinyak for Language and Culture, and Maria's not here today, so I'd like to present Hannah Goff for English Literary Studies. Our next today is Alice Guy, who received a Merit for Drama, and Alice can't join us today, so I'll present Mi Ha, who receives a Merit for Vietnamese Continuous. I'd like to present Dana Hansen for a Merit for Creative Arts. Ella Homer receives a Merit for Music Explorations. I'll present Stella Kemp, who receives a Merit for English Literary Studies. Luca Kilgariff Johnson receives a Merit for Music Explorations. Madison Lacey for English Literary Studies. Can I present Aidan Lay, who receives a Merit today for Visual Arts in Design? Lara Lee for Creative Arts. Sunga Lee received a Merit for English as an Additional Language, and Sunga is not here today. Next on my list here is Jessica Lemire, who receives a Merit for Dance. Can I present Amy Liu for English Literary Studies? The next student to receive a Merit today is Chelsea Linky for Essential English, but Chelsea's not here today. So can I please introduce Hanuel Lovell, who receives a Merit today for Music Performance Solo. Jesu Lu receives a Merit for English as an Additional Language. I'll present Ailish Marshall, who receives a Merit for Dance. James Martin receives a Merit for Drama, and James isn't here today, so I'll present Ella McLean, who receives a Merit for Music Explorations. This is Abigail McDougall, who receives a Merit for English Literary Studies. Can I present Charlie Miller, receives a Merit for Drama. Jong Yun Moon for Visual Arts Design. Ramashri Muniandi for Indonesian Continuers. Charlotte Nichols received a Merit for Creative Arts, but Charlotte can't join us today. Can I introduce Jacinta O'Loughlin for Essential English? Carolina Pardo Terrell, Spanish Continuers. I introduce Angus Parker, who received a Merit for Visual Arts Design. Deanan Pereira receives a Merit for Music Performance Solo. The next student is T Pham for English as an additional language, but T's not here today. So the next student is Joshua Panaya, receives a merit for music performance solo. I introduce Ryan Ponte, who receives a merit for essential English. Okay. So my next three students are not here today. Catherine Porteous, who received a merit for English Literary Studies, Kate Rathjen, who received a merit for Visual Arts Art, and Ellie Rentis received a merit for Essential English. The next student is Lucas Scroop, who receives a merit for Japanese Continuous. Samuel Senchuk, who receives a merit for English Literary Studies. Our next student, Jill Shah, received a merit for English as an additional language, and Jill's not here today. Can I present Zoe Smith, receives a merit for dance. Alexander Smolage, my apologies, receives a merit for visual arts design. Our next student, Cindy Su, received a merit for creative arts, but Cindy's not here today. So I'd like to present Qixing Tang, who receives a merit for Khmer Continuous. Most Sokos received a merit for Modern Greek Continuous. Can I introduce Stephanie Turner for English Literary Studies? Our next student, Georgina Varley, received a merit for English Literary Studies also, but she's not here today. So can I please present Ashlyn von Bertucci, who receives a merit for Music Performance Solo. Cherry Wong, or Cherie Wong, for Music Performance Ensemble. Bianca Marie Wolford receives a merit for Creative Arts. Anne Jung also receives a merit for Creative Arts. And finally, can I present Solomon Young, who receives a merit for Music Performance Solo. If I could ask you all now to put your hands together for our merit recipients today. And please thank me again for our special guest presenter, Kylie Niggle. So this concludes the presentation. You're welcome to gather outside the front of Government House for photos, but please be aware we've got about a 15-minute window before we have to bring in the next group due to COVID. So if we ask you just to take your photos and make an orderly exit, that would be great. Thank you.
Well, I never thought of myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids. I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
drug test his kids, I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
Dad, I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
Good morning and welcome to the beautiful grounds of Government House as we celebrate the 2021 Merit Ceremony for the Sace. My name is Kerry Pinar and I work for the Professional Learning arm of the Sace Board, and today I am delighted to be your MC. In a moment we will be presenting the certificates for the learning area of business, enterprise and technology. But before we begin, I have a little bit of housekeeping to cover with you. The first one is that if in the unlikely event that we have to evacuate, we have 2 emergency exits, one on Kintor Avenue and another one at North Terrace at the front gate. So please follow our safety staff and wardens should that happen. If you require a toilet during or after the presentations, they are located behind the stage to the left, to your left. Each student will have an official photograph taken when they receive their certificate. There is information at the back of your booklet about how to access that photo. But there will be also a short opportunity at the end of the ceremony where you can take photos in front of Government House. Finally, it's interesting for you all to know that this event is being live streamed on the Sace Board website, and later in the week the recording will become available. I'd now like to pause for a moment so that you have a chance, if you haven't already, to put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you. And it is now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Mani Nabudni Gana Yatana. Nadlu Dampindi Gana Miana Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. Ghana people say welcome to the Ghana country, and we recognise Ghana people are the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Morning everyone, and welcome to the Merit Ceremony of 2021. our first time staging the event in the smaller groups because of COVID restrictions. Of course, we've had to adapt and change things because of COVID, and hasn't that been the theme of the year for all of us, particularly for our students and their teachers. Last year, you had to deal with things that kept changing, a little bit of uncertainty, and I think that the cohort of 2020 that we're celebrating today will be known for their resilience. You've shown us that you can do that learning, that you've shown us that excellence, even though things have been changing and things have been quite uncertain. The Sace Merit Ceremony in 2021 celebrates the achievements of over 1,000 merit recipients in 75 different Stage 2 subjects. I think a real showcase of the depth and breadth of the Sace. You know, I was thinking about the Sace Merit Ceremony and watching the inauguration of Joe Biden. And many of you will have seen the poem by Amanda Gorman that she performed, that 22-year-old poet laureate of the United States. If you've not seen that, I do suggest you get online and have a look at it. It's quite amazing. Her poem, The Hill We Climb, I just wanted to borrow the last few words from that because it really resonated with me around the ceremony today. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. The uncertain future that we all face creates some shade. I think this year, because of COVID and because of that extra uncertainty, the shade is a little bit darker. But you, the students who are receiving merits today, you can be that light. I want you to be brave enough to be it. You've shown us that there's something special about you. There is something exceptional about you. Your achievements in the Sace have shown us that you can take responsibility for your own learning, that you can have an impact. You are the next generation of thinkers and doers and change makers. So don't hold back. We know you have the ability. So take today's merit as a symbol of your role and responsibility as you go forward and take an active role in our community to show and inspire others what you can do. Every year we ask a guest presenter to present each of the merit certificate subjects. The presenters have each made an outstanding contribution in their chosen fields. For the learning area of business, enterprise and technology, we're thrilled to have with us Sam Ackland. Sam Ackland is the founder and managing director of Build Clean, and a 2020 South Australian Young Entrepreneur of the Year, and in Daily's Top 40 Under 40 Entrepreneurial Award winner. Sam founded his cleaning business in 2018, which has since grown from a one-person operation to employing over 40 people. His vision is to have a positive impact on society, and with his sights set on national expansion, Sam is well on his way to achieving it. I do want to thank Sam for being here today, but I also want to thank Kate, his partner, because Sam tells me that Kate's at home looking after their 5-week-old baby. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Sam Ackland.
All right. Thank you very much, Professor Martin Westall. It's an honour to be here today. To all the students, you battled through a year like no other and will go down in the history books. And to the parents, just when you thought you'd gotten rid of them, lockdown has brought them all home. Today I'd like to share with you the value of experiences and mindset over direction. You don't have to know exactly where you want to go or what you want to do or where you're going to be in 5 years, but you can still learn valuable skills along the way to prepare for the unknown. But first, who am I? So we've started that a little. I'm the Managing Director of Build Clean, Adelaide's largest construction cleaning company. We've got over 40 staff, a fleet of 15 vehicles and a doubling in size every year. Also cleaned up a few awards late last year. Now I'm a little different to most of the students here today. I was not academic. I had no idea what I wanted to do. So I didn't pay attention in class. I took a gap year and chose experiences. I didn't get a tertiary entrance rank and had to sit the stat test just to get into uni. From there, I failed Accounting 101, and up until then, my academic career was dismal. I did, however, know that I wanted to grow a company. I didn't know exactly what, where, or how, but I liked the idea of answering to no one. While I was soul searching on a gap year, I worked as a bartender, and little did I know I was learning the art of customer service. I then moved on to an operations manager role at a cleaning company. This is where I learned my skill, but also I got an experience in human resource management. As my studies progressed, I moved to a caravan dealership where I put some of my business skills to the test and experienced marketing. And finally, I worked with Volkswagen and experienced a world-class sales training. So why am I reading you my resume? Because I ask you to make a conscious effort to choose your experiences. You may not know exactly what you want to do, but you can still gain valuable experience that can be used almost anywhere. We've all seen the 5+ years experience required on a job application, and at an entry level, you'll never get a run. But you've had experiences elsewhere, and you can get creative now on your applications. Now, I can feel the entrepreneurial spirit alive and well here today. And for those of you who want to be your own boss, these experiences are even more important, because at some stage you'll be required to wear all the hats. Learn them as best you can. So how did I start? I left Volkswagen in 2017 with a lawnmower, a window cleaning bucket, and about $300. I was determined to make a name for myself. And at that stage, I thought property maintenance was my ticket to success. As the company grew, I felt more comfortable with cleaning, and it was easier to teach, easier to scale, and the demand was greater. In 2018, we rebranded to Build Clean and drew a line in the sand. We were now concentrated on the goal, to be the best builders cleaning company in the state. Our vision continued to evolve as we met or exceeded it. Now we are taking a larger view, as mentioned before, to have a positive impact on society. And there is great power in setting goals, a mission, and a vision. And I urge you all to put pen to paper. You'll be surprised what a strong mindset can achieve. Now, I bet there are a few of you here today that want to take a product or service to market, or have a side hustle in the pipeline. There are a few things you should consider first. It's got to be something you're passionate about. It doesn't have to be a I love my job kind of thing. It's got to be a I know I can kind of thing. And it's got to be something people are willing to pay you for, in quantities great enough to keep you moving forward. Something that always comes to mind on the topic of product to market fit is an exercise that Ray Kroc from McDonald's would ask his students, and I think we should do that here today. So if everybody could raise their hand if in your own kitchen you think that you could cook a better tasting burger than McDonald's. Please. Thank you. If so many of you can, then why does McDonald's make more money than you? It's because their power is in the systems and the strategies, not the perfect product. So as you go out into the world, just remember that the first few years will be for free. It doesn't matter if it's your own business, an apprenticeship, or the corporate ladder. You'll be working for free for a while. So borrow from the bank of mum and dad. Sorry, parents, but they need your support. And if I may leave you with some parting words from Harry S. Truman, imperfect action beats perfect inaction every time. Congratulations and welcome to the real world.
Thank you, Sam, for that really inspiring speech today. Let's meet our recipients. I'll now introduce the merit recipients to you both. Harim Ahmed for Business Innovation. Unfortunately, Donegan Albertini can't be with us today, but she received a merit for Business Innovation. Our next recipient is Lucinda Bailey for Workplace Practices. Next is Hadija Bakshi for Business and Enterprise. Next is Charles Balnaves for Business Enterprise. Emery Barnes for Business and Enterprise. Ryan Black, Design and Technology Digital Communication Solutions. Jessica Botcher for Business and Enterprise. John Briggs for Workplace Practices. Daniel Bowie for Digital Technologies. Georgia Karapitis for Digital Technologies. Shreya Chand for Workplace Practices. Riley Chapman for Business and Enterprise. Xin Sheng for Information Process and Publishing. Michael Croft, Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Molly Davidson for Business Innovation. Oliver Davis, Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. The next one is... okay. There's 3 people today who couldn't be with us. That's Gabrielle DeBarco for Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. Sahadeep Dillon for Business and Enterprise. And Chloe Fennell, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. However, please welcome our next recipient, Anna Francis for Business Innovation. Amy Fredella, Information Process and Publishing. Callis Freer, Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Henry Gerard, Accounting. The next recipient could not be with us today, but their name is Cameron Golding, Workplace Practices. But please do welcome today Emily Gould, Business Innovation. The next person couldn't be here today. This is Cerise Gray for Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. However, please welcome May Ha for Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. And next is Lucy Hallowell, Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. Joshua Hart, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Meshach Heinrich for Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Hannah Hill, Business Innovation. An ex-recipient could not be here today. That's Annabelle Hill for information publishing and processing. But please do welcome Axel Hoffman for digital technologies. Our next recipient is Joanna Katsabas for workplace practices. Charles Kemp, Design and Technology Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. The next student couldn't be with us today. That's Doha Khan for Workplace Practices, but please welcome Sienna Kulinski for Business Innovation. Next is Arabella Lee for Business Innovation. Dylan Lennon, Accounting. Amy Lewis, Business and Enterprise. Darcy Lillycrap for Accounting. Michael Lobel, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Tiana Lochelle, Information Processing and Publishing. Elise Long, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. The next student couldn't be with us today. That is Julian Lovell for Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. But please welcome Harley Luscombe for Workplace Practices. Thomas Matern for Digital Technologies. Alicia McMahon, Business Innovation. The next student couldn't be with us today. That is Nadula Migastenya, Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. But please welcome Ned Merrigan for Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. Hannah Miller, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. The next student couldn't be with us today. That is Amy Madhuri Mohapatra, and that was for Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. But please welcome Emma Mukatelis. My apologies. Muradelis. My apologies, Emma. Next person is Shiva Kim Mukherjee for Accounting. Sophie Napoli, Workplace Practices. Lisa Nelson, Information Processing and Publishing. Kelvin Wynn, Design, Technology and Engineering, Robotic and Electronic Systems. Sean Uwe, Accounting. James Paddock, Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. Benjamin Payne, Workplace Practices. Sabrina Prachuko, Information Process and Publishing. Samuel Ralph, Design, Technology and Engineering, Robotic and Electronic Systems. Kaylee Riches, Workplace Practices. Lyndon Roberts, Information Processing and Publishing. Thomas Robson, Business Innovation. Claire Rose, Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. Angus Russell, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Harry Russell, Workplace Practices. The next student couldn't attend today. That is Nicholas Siccardo, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. But please welcome Rachel Sanders, Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. Christian Scamoni, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Our next student couldn't be with us today. That is Lucas Schultz for Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. But please welcome Grace Sapelt, Workplace Practices. Please welcome Aneri Shah for Business Innovation. Ella Grace Simpson couldn't be with us today for Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions, but please welcome George Skothos, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. Parami Surya Bandara for Information Process and Publishing. Lucy Statman for Business Innovation. Anushka Sudhir, Business Innovation. Mackenzie Tape, Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions. Grace Taplin, Business and Enterprise. Tani Thomas, Design, Technology and Engineering, Material Solutions. Ella Rose Tonkin, Workplace Practices. Alicia Toomey, Business Innovation. Mahela? Okay. The next student, Deep Tran, for Design, Technology and Engineering, Industry and Entrepreneurial Solutions, couldn't be with us today, but please welcome Mahela Truscott for Business Innovation. Samuel Upton, Business and Enterprise. George Vagionis, Design, Technology and Engineering, Digital Communication Solutions. The next two students couldn't be with us today. Gia Bianca Fansal, Business Innovations, and Ava Wallace, Information Process and Publishing. But please welcome today Isaiah Walsh. Stephen Bernard Walton for Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Charlotte Ella Grace Watson for Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Grace Webber, Business and Enterprise. Ethan Wennerton, Ethan Wennerton for Digital Technologies. Paul Wentrock, Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Ethan Westgarth, Design, Technology, Engineering and Material Solutions. And our last student couldn't be with us today, but it's Ichu Zhang for Design, Technology and Engineering Material Solutions. Can I please invite you all to give us a round of applause for all the merit recipients. Can you also please join me in thanking our special guest presenter, Sam Appleton. Thank you for your attention, and that concludes our presentation. Just some very important information before you depart, and that is that we have a tight 15-minute window for you to take photos in front of Government House. We need, because of COVID reasons, to move through as quickly as we can so we can invite the next group of students in. Thank you very much, and have a great rest of the day.
Thought of myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids. I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
Dad, I found a joint in Mom's dresser drawer.
myself as the type of father who'd have to drug test his kids, I'm willing to do just that if that's what it takes to find out who brought a joint into this house.
Dad, Lucy found something too.
Dad, I found a joint in Mom's chest of drawers.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Sace Board's Merit Ceremony for 2021. My name is Tom Aldown. I'm from the Sace Communications team. In a moment, we will commence the presentation of subject merits for the learning area of cross-disciplinary, which includes the research project. But before we begin, I've got a couple of housekeeping items. The first is, in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate the area, please follow the directions of our designated safety staff and event staff to our exits, which we have located on Kintore Avenue and at the North Terrace entrance. Now, should you need them during or after the ceremony, the toilets are located behind the stage to your left. And we have an official photograph which will be taken for each merit recipient on stage, and details of how to access these photos are in the back of your booklet. And there'll be plenty of opportunity to take your own photos on the grounds in front of Government House after the presentation. Now, this event is being live streamed from the Sace website, and the address is also printed at the bottom of the program insert in the booklet that you have. And that recording will be made available on the Sace website later in the week. And finally, if I could ask you all to please ensure that your phones are switched to silent, that'd be great. All right, thank you. It is my pleasure now to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Gana Miana Wangandi Mani Nabudni Gana Yatana. Nadlu Dampindi Gana Miana Yata Matanya Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people who are landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Good morning, everyone. Fantastic to be here at the Merit Ceremony for 2021. Our first time staging the event in smaller groups like this to cater for COVID restrictions. You know, it's just one more change that we've had to make, one more adaptation. And really, of course, that's characterised, I think, the Year 12 experience that students have had. All through last year, things kept changing one way or another, but students and their teachers did a fantastic job of just changing, pivoting, moving things around a little bit, but keeping their eye on the goal, keeping the eye on the learning for 2020. And so, through the merit ceremony, we're celebrating the merits for over 1,000 merit recipients in 75 different Stage 2 subjects. I think a real expression of the breadth and depth of the Sace. You know, we're planning for the merit ceremony, and I was thinking about it, in fact, during the inauguration of Joe Biden, and listening to that poem, "The Hill We Climb," from Amanda Gorman, that 22-year-old poet laureate in the States. If you've not seen that poem and her delivery of it, I certainly do recommend that you do go and have a look at it online. I wanted to steal her last few lines from that poem. When the day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. That resonated with me because while we are here to celebrate the successes of our students, it feels a little bit like an end. Of course, it's also a beginning. It's a transition. The future always creates shade. We can't see into it. And of course, now with COVID and all of that uncertainty, there's even more shade. But you, the students whose successes we are here to celebrate, I want you to be brave enough to be that light. You have shown us that there is something special about you. You have shown us that you can excel, that you can organize your thoughts and your thinking. I think particularly in these subjects, in the cross-disciplinary portfolio, this isn't about learning stuff, knowledge and skills specifically. It is about the way in which you think, the way in which you go about your learning. We are looking to you to be that light as we step into the shade, as we step into the future. And you've shown us that you can respond. You are the next generation of thinkers and doers and change makers. So don't hold back. Show us what you've got. Take that learning that you've had through all of your schooling, through into the Sace, and show us what you can do with it in our community, and inspire others with what you can do. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to present in each of the subjects. All of these presenters have made an outstanding contribution in their chosen field. In the cross-disciplinary portfolio of subjects, we're thrilled to have with us Dr. Andrew Cunningham. Dr. Cunningham is a lecturer in agile methodology at UniSA, who is passionate about understanding how people interact with computers and devices. Dr. Cunningham was a key researcher on the award-winning narrative visualization project with the Data to Decisions Cooperative Research Centre, the technology from which has been acquired by a commercial venture to take to market. His current research interests are in virtual and augmented reality, exploring how we visualize information in these environments to support analytical tasks and sense-making. I'm reading this, and I don't think it's kind of conveying the impact that people like Andrew have in the world. That Data to Decisions Cooperative Research Centre is changing our world, the way in which we think about the use of technology, the way it connects with people, the way it connects with our decision making. All those big projects that we know are making such a massive impact in South Australia, the Future Frigate project, things like that. Andrew's work is at the centre of that, and I'm really thrilled to have him with us today. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Andrew Cunningham. Sure.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians on the land in which we gather today, and pay my respect to their elders past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell, for the introduction. And finally, I have to acknowledge all the hardworking teachers, schools, and especially the merit recipients and their families we are honouring here today. I have the honour of guest presenting the Cross-Disciplinary Subject Merit Awards for 2021, and I hope that every student over there receiving an award today is proud of their achievement, proud of such a significant achievement. To give you some background about me, I'm a lecturer and a researcher at the University of South Australia, where I'm a member of the Australian Research Centre for Interactive and Virtual Environments. So we are one of the largest, if not the largest, concentration of augmented reality and virtual reality researchers in Australia, and we're based right here in South Australia. For those of you that don't know, virtual reality and augmented reality places a computer into a set of glasses so that the world around us can be augmented or completely replaced with virtual information. And so my research aims to tell stories about the data that surrounds us and pervades our lives with these new technologies. So firstly, congratulations to all of you here today receiving an award. I want to commend you for not only getting through this year, but also excelling at your studies through what has been one of the most trying years in recent memory. COVID has meant that you have completed your studies through a great amount of uncertainty, lockdowns, and this rapidly evolving situation. Personally, I can still recall the stress of exams and final assignments in year 12, and that was without an ever-present pandemic. So I hope all of you that are receiving an award today recognise that you've demonstrated an immense level of resilience in your achievements. I'd also like to acknowledge the parents sitting out there today that have supported you all throughout this past year. I hope that if you haven't already, you can take the time to sit down with your family to a nice dinner and reflect on the year together. Speaking now as a parent myself, I recognise that the support that my parents gave me just by being there and providing a safe and secure environment for me to focus on my studies was immeasurable. It meant the world to me. But I also want to especially commend you on your achievements in research. You have demonstrated the ability to answer a research question through a systematic investigation by assimilating information, applying reason and critical thinking, and expanding a sphere of knowledge. These are skills that are essential to higher education and postgraduate studies, but they are also, more importantly, life essential skills. We're living through an age at the moment of disinformation. Information can now move faster than is afforded for debate and rational thinking. So the way we survive this is through developing well-honed minds and by applying the skills that you have demonstrated in research to everyday life. Lastly, I want to leave you with a little piece of advice, and this is a piece of advice that my dad gave me many, many years ago. You never know where your life may take you or what opportunities the future may bring. For some of you, there may be a bit of uncertainty in your future. Perhaps you're hoping to study interstate or abroad, or some of you might have been planning a gap year. Please remember, though, that you just never know what opportunities life will bring. When I graduated high school, virtual reality barely existed. The mRNA technology that has developed a 95% effective vaccine for COVID did not exist. The modern mobile phone, which all of you probably have in your pocket, did not exist 20 years ago when I graduated. So we just don't know what the world will look like for you in 20 years' time. There will be new technologies and there will be new industries. And your resilience and perseverance that you have demonstrated in your studies and that we are celebrating today will see you excel in this future of possibilities. So I wish you all the best in your futures, whether that leads you to higher education, postgraduate studies, or into the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham and Martin. Ladies and gentlemen, I will now introduce the merit recipients, and I just ask that you hold your applause until the end. So the first I have on my list here is Madeline Cooper for the Research Project B, and Madeline is not here today. Also, Emily Kasler for Research Project B couldn't join us today either. So our first recipient on stage today is Caitlin Lamb, who receives a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Imogen Lane, who receives a merit for Research Project B? Juliana Laverde for Research Project B. Our next student, Vasiliki Lazarevich, received a merit for Research Project B but cannot join us today. So our next on stage is Tion Lee, who receives a merit for Research Project B. Thomas Lemmings received a merit for Research Project B. Sophie Lipman received a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Adeline Lovis-Tiong, who receives a merit for Research Project B? Our next student, Min Luong, is not here today, but received a merit for Research Project A. Our next student is Stephanie Madigan, who receives a merit for Research Project B. William Mahoney cannot join us today, and William received a merit for Integrated Learning A. Can I introduce Helena Manavas, who receives a merit for Research Project B? Princess Katrina Manalili Manguera received a merit for Research Project B. Sophie Manifold, also for Research Project B. Dinakaran Manaraj received a merit for Research Project B. He's not here today. So the next is Jonathan Moritz, who receives a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Chloe Mazouk for Research Project B? Jada Maysfield received a merit for Research Project B. Jasmine Maysfield also receives a merit for Research Project B. Sam Matthew received a merit for Research Project B, but Sam's not here today. Can I introduce Thomas Mayo, who received a merit for Research Project B. Oscar McCann for Research Project B. Can I introduce Michaela McDonald, who received a merit for Research Project B. Casey McEwen, also for Research Project B. James Maguire received a merit for Research Project B. Angelica Meck receives a merit for Research Project B. Lucy Mensel for Research Project B. And Bethany Michelle, also for Research Project B. Ruby Mill received a merit for Research Project B, but Ruby's not here today. So I'd like to introduce Darcy Miller, receives a merit for Research Project B. I'd also like to introduce Taylor Miller, who receives a merit for Research Project B. Our next student, Oscar Mitchell, received a merit for Research Project B but is not here today. So I'll introduce Taylor Moffa for Research Project B. Luigi Mondello for Research Project B. Our next student, Emily Muir, is not here today, and she received a merit for Research Project B. Cara Muscat for Research Project B. Bo No receives a merit for Communication and the Community. Our next student, Thomas Wynne, for Integrated Learning A is not here today, but Dang Win is here for Research Project B. Student Jeremy Ninio received a merit for Research Project B, but Jeremy's not here today. I'll introduce William Nitschke for Research Project B. Imogen Newts for Research Project B. Lauren O'Callaghan for Research Project B. Can I introduce Yalor Pablo for Integrated Learning A? Jordan Paparella and Chloe Patanitis both had merits for Research Project B, but they're both not here today. So I'll introduce Sian Paul for Research Project B. Zachariah Pierce for Research Project B. Lily Pearl also receives a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Anthony Pham? Received a merit for Research Project B. Sian Phan received a merit for Integrated Learning A. It's not here today. Can I introduce Yi Fang for Research Project B? Olivia Phillips received a merit for Research Project B. I'd like to introduce Amy Piscaneri for Research Project B. Alexandra Pohl for Research Project B. Our next student, Catherine Price, received a merit for interdisciplinary learning in the community, and Phoebe Price also received a merit for Research Project B. Both are not here today. So I'll introduce Julia Principe for Research Project B. Christos Zivos. I got that wrong. That's Research Project B. Amelia Pudney for Research Project B. Armando Ramirez Torres for Research Project B. Disha Raval for Research Project B. Hugo Dean Rimington and Aidan Ross both received merits for Research Project B, and both are not here today. So I'll introduce Lucien Rodenklau, Research Project B. Brittany Russell for Research Project B. Can I introduce Noor Sajjad for Research Project B? Hassan Safi also received a merit for Research Project B, but is not here today. So I'll introduce Georgia Salt for Research Project B. Lijo Santosh also received a merit for Research Project B, but is not here today. I'll introduce Alistair Sarah for Research Project B. Ethan Schwert received a merit for Research Project B, but is not here. This is Grace Searle for Research Project B. Vijay Selva Nagam for Research Project B. Can I introduce Adrian Shum, Walik Shum for Research Project B. Nicholas Simeonato for Research Project B. Ruth Slattery received a merit for Integrated Learning B. I'd like to introduce Michael Smallridge, received a merit for Research Project B. Olivia Smith also received a merit for Research Project B. Our next student, Jordan South, received a merit for Research Project B but is not here today. I'd like to introduce Kira Speak, who receives a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Natalie Speranza, received a merit for Research Project B. Amber Statten received a merit for Integrated Learning A but is not here today. I'd like to introduce Mahala Sultan, who received a merit for Communication and the Community. Tasnuva Tahaba received a merit for Research Project B. Can I introduce Hannah Tang for Research Project B? Lucy Thistleton, also for Research Project B. Jack Thoday, Integrated Learning A. Both Chloe Thomas and Sebastian Thomas received merits for Research Project B and both are not here today. I'll introduce Emma Thorpe, who received a merit for Research Project B. Jude Thursby received a merit for Research Project A. Zara Toffoli for Research Project B. Anastasia Tollis for Research Project B. Phi Can Tran for Research Project B. Hannah Trezona, Research Project B. Caitlin Turland also received a merit for Research Project B. I'll introduce Jonathan Van Ruin, who also received a merit for Research Project B. Elise Farley received a merit for Research Project B. Isabella Villani received a merit for Integrated Learning A and cannot join us today, but I have Millie Vincent Wyatt for Research Project B. Samuel Warwick, Research Project B. Peter Webb couldn't join us today, and he received a merit for Research Project B. I'd like to introduce Georgina Wilson, who received a merit for Research Project B. Imogen Wilson Shaw received a merit for Research Project B. Chloe Wright, Research Project B. And Tiali Zeman, perfect, Research Project B. Congratulations. So, ladies and gentlemen, please congratulate all of our merit recipients. And please join me in thanking again our special guest presenter, Dr. Andrew Cunningham. And this concludes our presentation. You're welcome to gather outside the front of Government House for photos, but we just ask we stick to a strict 15-minute time slot, just due to COVID protocols as we move the next group in. Have a good afternoon. Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the 2021 Sace Merit Ceremony. My name is Kerry Pienaar and I work for Prescient, the professional learning arm of the Sace board, and I am delighted to be your MC for this afternoon. In a moment, we will be presenting the merits for cross-disciplinary, which includes research project. But before we do that, we need to cover some housekeeping. In the unlikely event that we have an evacuation, please go to your nearest exit on Kyntor Avenue or the North Terrace entrance and follow the instructions from our staff, safety staff. If you require a toilet during or after the ceremony, to your left behind the tent here, the toilets are located. We will be having an official photograph for each recipient as they get their award on stage, and if you'd like information about how to access those photos, it's at the back of your booklet. We're also live streaming the event, and that will be from the Sace board website, and it will become available at the end of the week as a recording. So if you're having your photo taken, just a heads up, keep smiling until you walk off the stage because you're still on camera. I'd like to give you a moment now, if you haven't already, to put your mobiles on silent before we begin. Thank you, and it is a great pleasure for me to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiana Wangandi Mani Nabudni Ganayatana. Nadlu Dampindi Ganamiana Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. Ghana people say welcome to the Ghana country, and we recognise Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Ghana Plains. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Merit Ceremony of 2021, our first time staging this event like this in smaller groups. Thanks for arriving so early and for your patience. You know, this is just another event where we've had to change things a little bit. We've had to adapt and do things a little bit differently. And I think that's been the theme of 2020. Students and your teachers and your families, we've all been responding to the changes, to the challenges that are put in front of us. And, you know, I was thinking about the merit ceremony when I was listening to Amanda Gorman, that 22-year-old poet laureate in the United States, when she did the inauguration poem, The Hill We Climb, at Joe Biden's inauguration. If you haven't seen that, I do recommend that you go and have a look at that on YouTube. Absolutely amazing. I wanted to steal a few lines from her poem. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it. For there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it, if only we're brave enough to be it. That resonated with me because as we're here to celebrate the successes of our young people in the Sace, what we also know is that the future is shady. The future does have shade. It's hard to see. And this year, perhaps more than ever, because of some of the uncertainty that we're feeling, that future is even more difficult to see. But students, you are that light. We need you to be that light, to be brave enough to be it. It feels like the end because we're celebrating your successes, but of course it's really the beginning. This is really the beginning, the opportunity for you to show us what you can do with what you know. And perhaps in subjects in the cross-disciplinary portfolio, more than any other subjects, what you've demonstrated to us is your thinking, what you can do with what you know, that you can generate new knowledge and you can apply that new knowledge. That's the light that we need in that future. So in the merit ceremony, we will be celebrating the achievements of over 1,000 merit recipients in 75 different stage 2 subjects. I think it's a real showcase for the depth and breadth of the Sace, but it's a showcase for the depth and breadth of your achievements. And we really do kind of think now about you being the next generation of thinkers and doers and change makers. So don't hold back. You've shown us that you've got this ability. We expect something of you now. This is just a symbol of your role and your responsibility to go forward and take an active role in the community, to show us what you can do and to inspire others to do great things as well. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to assist in presenting each of the merit certificates. These presenters have always made an outstanding contribution in their field. And for the learning area of cross-disciplinary, in the cross-disciplinary portfolio, I'm really thrilled to have Dr. Andrew Cunningham with us today. Dr. Cunningham is a lecturer in agile methodology at UniSA, and he's passionate about understanding how people interact with computers and devices. He was a key researcher on the award-winning Narrative Visualization Project with the Data to Decisions Cooperative Research Centre, the technology from which has been acquired by a commercial venture to take to market. His research interests are in virtual and augmented reality, exploring how we visualize information in these environments to support analytical tasks and sense-making. Andrew and his work, that's really shaping some of the future for us. Understanding what's happening right now, understanding what's coming in the future, and the connection between people and that future. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Dr. Andrew Cunningham.
Good afternoon. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians on the land on which we gather, and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I'd also like to acknowledge and thank the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell, for the introduction. And finally, I have to acknowledge all the hardworking teachers, schools, and especially the merit recipients and the families we are honouring here today. I have the honour of guest presenting the Cross-Disciplinary Subject Merit Awards for 2021. And I hope that every student receiving an award today is proud of such a significant achievement. To give you some background about me, I'm a lecturer and researcher at the University of South Australia, where I'm also a member of the Australian Research Centre for Interactive and Virtual Environments. We are one of the largest, if not the largest, concentration of augmented reality and virtual reality researchers in Australia, and we're based right here in South Australia, which I think is great. For those that don't know, virtual and augmented reality technology places a computer in a set of glasses so the world around us can be augmented or completely replaced with virtual information. My research is cross-disciplinary and aims to tell stories about the data that surrounds us and pervades our lives with these new technologies. So firstly, congratulations to all of you here today receiving an award. I want to commend you for not only getting through this year, but also excelling in your studies through what has been one of the most trying years in recent memories. COVID has meant that you have had to complete your studies through uncertainty, lockdowns, and a rapidly evolving situation. I can still recall the stress of the exams and assignments in Year 12, and that was without an ever-present pandemic. So I hope all of you today recognise that you have demonstrated a great level of resilience in your achievements. I'd also like to acknowledge the parents that have supported you throughout this past year. I hope that if you haven't already, you take the time to sit down with your family, have a nice dinner, and reflect on the year together. Speaking now as a parent myself, I recognise that the support that my parents gave me for just by being there and providing a safe and secure environment for me to focus my studies meant the world. I want to especially commend you on your achievements in research today. You've demonstrated the ability to answer a research question through a systematic investigation by assimilating information, applying reason and critical thinking, and expanding a particular sphere of knowledge. These are skills that are essential to higher education and postgraduate studies, but they're also, more importantly, they're also essential life skills. We are living in an age now of disinformation. Information can now move faster than is afforded for debate and rational thinking. The way we survive this is through developing well-honed minds and by applying the skills that you have demonstrated in research to everyday life. Lastly, I want to leave you with a piece of advice, and this is a piece of advice that my dad gave me many years ago. You never know where your life may take you or what opportunities the future will bring. For some of you, there may be a bit of uncertainty in your future. So perhaps you are hoping to study interstate or abroad, or perhaps some of you are hoping for a gap year overseas. Please remember that you never know what opportunities life will bring. When I graduated high school, 20 years ago now, virtual reality barely existed. The mRNA technology that has developed a 95% effective vaccine did not exist. The modern mobile phone that you all have in your pockets now did not exist 20 years ago. So we don't know what the world will look like in 20 years' time. There will be new technologies though, and there will be new industries. Your resilience and perseverance that you have demonstrated in your studies and that we are celebrating today will see you excel in this future of possibilities. So I wish you all the best in your futures, whether that leads you to higher education, postgraduate studies, or into the workforce. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cunningham and Martin. I will now introduce to you the merit recipients. Could I please ask if you could hold your applause to the end of all of the merit recipients? Our first recipient for today is Chloe Thomas for Research Project B. Catherine Price, Interdisciplinary Learning and the Community. Rishayla Adrianza, Research Project B. Juveria Ali, Research Project B. Emily Anand, Research Project B. Ella Andrews, Research Project B. Our next two award winners couldn't make it today. That is Nicholas Applin, Research Project B, and Manish Augustine, Research Project B. But please welcome to the stage Grace Austin for Research Project B. Kashyap Chandra, Avid Honey, Research Project B. Giuseppe Boldino, Integrated Learning A. Camille Ball, Research Project B. Claire Bennett, Research Project B. Sienna Bertrand, Research Project B. Nellie Bittner, Research Project B. Jessica Bolzen, Research Project B. Mia Banifan, Research Project B. Heidi Borg, Integrated Learning A. Tyne Bosco couldn't be with us today but received a merit in Research Project B. But please welcome Alistair Bowie. Emily Boyer, Research Project B. Franco Bria, Integrated Learning A. Kai Brooks, Research Project B. Elise Buchanan, Integrated Learning B. Jake Bunworth, Research Project B. Mason Cahill, Research Project B. Angelina Campanale, Research Project B. Our next recipient couldn't be with us. That is Laura Huang Pung Tao Kao for Research Project B. But we do have Lian Kao for Research Project B. Jet Carlin, Research Project B. Holly Carlton, Research Project B. Bethany Castle, Research Project B. Victoria Chang, Research Project B. Ru Chen, Research Project B. Yep. Adele Cox for Research Project B couldn't be with us today, but please welcome Emma Grace Kolovich. Alana Consalvo, Research Project B. Alika Corsten, Research Project B. Isabella Courtney, Research Project B. Mahalia Cronin, Research Project B. Clite's next. Okay. Our next is Clite Dasha, Research Project A. Kyla Davis, Research Project B. Sarah De Gennaro, Research Project B. Emma Dean, Research Project B. Kayla J. Gigelio, Integrate Learning B. Lily DeCola, Research Project B. James Dimmis, Research Project B. Okay, got it. The next one, the next two people couldn't be here today. That is Paniota Dimitrios for Integrated Learning A and Alice Dix for Research Project B. But please welcome Lottie Dolman for Research Project B. Our next two recipients couldn't be with us today. That's Shakiba Dostadado, Interdisciplinary Learning in the Community, and Grace Driver, Research Project B. But please welcome today Emily Dugan for Research Project B. And Lucy Duncan for Research Project B. Amelia Ellen Duval, Research Project A. Jessica Ebert, Research Project B. Olivia Elfenbein, Research Project B. Our next recipient couldn't be here today. That is Faris El Kordi for Research Project B. But please welcome Abigail Ellis for Research Project B. Our next recipient could not be here. That's Sebastian Fashion Young, Research Project B. But please welcome Laura Fuster for Research Project B. Manon Finch, Research Project B. Georgia Flavel, Research Project B. Thomas Frew, Integrated Learning B. Julia Fundak, Research Project B. Our next recipient couldn't be here today. That's Nicholas Gussick for Research Project B, but please welcome Joshua Galbraith, Research Project B. Patricia Galfo, Research Project B. Stephanie Gawler, Research Project B. Liam Gollidge, Research Project B. Ritek Gomez, Research Project B. Ezequiel Gonzalez Pinheiro, Research Project B. Abby Gordon, Research Project B. Paige Gordon, Research Project B. An ex-student couldn't be with us. It's Daniel Goss for Research Project A, but please welcome Grace Granger for Research Project B. and Grace Gregorev, Research Project B. Charlotte Gregg, Research Project B. Yen Guerrero, Research Project A. Chloe Gunn, Integrated Learning B. Lily Gunn, Research Project B. Kai Haddad, Research Project B. Max Hadjikostas, Research Project B. Erin Hansen, Research Project B. An ex-student could not be with us, Abhishek Hari for Research Project B, but please welcome Alicia Hart, Integrated Learning A. Ashley Harvey, Research Project B. Victoria Henderson, Research Project B. Jaden Hendry, Research Project B. Summer Hill couldn't be with us and received a merit for Research Project B, but please welcome Isaac Hinton. Tara Hislop, Research Project B. Amelia Holtz couldn't be with us today and received a merit for Research Project B, but please welcome Talia Honeychurch, Research Project B. Catherine Hooper couldn't be with us today and received a merit for Research Project B, but please welcome Emily Horton for Research Project B. Austin Hushen, Integrated Learning B. Emma Hines, Research Project B. Wendy Ing, Research Project B. The next two people couldn't be with us today. Leela Ismail, Research Project A, and Katie Istanis, Research Project B, but please welcome Jasmine Yench. Charlie James, Research Project B. Neha Janjua, Research Project B. Cara Jenkins, Research Project B. Alex Jolly couldn't be with us today and received a Research Project B, but please welcome Ella Jones for Research Project B. Aman Preet Kalon, Research Project B. Aryan Katjal, Research Project B. Mitchell Keegan, Research Project B. Molly Keir, Research Project B. Rachel Kelly, Research Project B. Corey Kemp could not be with us today and received a merit for Research Project B, but please welcome Thomas Keogh for Research Project B. Daniel Kim, Research Project B. Two others that couldn't make it today are Mincio Kim for Research Project B and Taj Kleinig for Research Project B. But please welcome to the stage Jessica Close for Research Project B. And Nadia Kovacevic, Research Project B. Thomas Katoris, Research Project B. Shakira Keys, Research Project B. Chloe Leonard couldn't be with us today and received a merit for work and the community, but please welcome to the stage Thomas Lightfoot, Research Project B. Sathit Mutazam, Research Project B. Ella Onofrio, Research Project B. Rahul Rajendra Kumar, Research Project A. And last for today is Kirti Yadlapali, Research Project B. And we please have a huge round of applause for all our merits today. Can we also please thank our guest presenter, Dr. Andrew Cunningham. Thank you. That concludes our presentation. You are most welcome to head over to Government House and take more photographs. And if you can just move out in around about 15 minutes, that'd be terrific for our next group to come in, but enjoy the afternoon and the lovely sunshine. Thank you for your attendance.
ladies and gentlemen. We're not due to start for a little while yet, so if you'd like to leave your seats and enjoy the grounds, I'll mind your seats. And if you could head back just a bit before 2, and we'll get underway at about 10 past 2. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Government House for the Sace Merits Ceremony 2021. My name's Tom Aldan. I'm with the communications team with the Sace Board, and in a moment we'll commence the presentation of subject merits for the learning area of English. Before we begin, I have a couple of housekeeping items. So the first is, in the unlikely event that we need to evacuate the area, we have an emergency. We have exits on Kyntor Avenue and also up at the North Terrace entrance. And I'd ask you please to follow the directions of our designated safety wardens and event staff in that unlikely occurrence. Should you need toilets during or after the ceremony, the toilets are located behind the stage to your left, sort of just around. We'll also have an official photograph which will be taken for each merit recipient on the stage, and there are details of how to access those photos in the back of your booklet, and there'll be plenty of opportunities to take your own photos at the front of Government House at the end of the ceremony. This event is being live streamed on the Sace website. The address is printed at the bottom of a program insert that's in that booklet that you have. And that recording will be made available on the Sace website later in the week. Now finally, if I could ask you please to ensure your phones are switched to silent. Thank you, and now it's my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Gana miona wangandi mani na budni gana yatana. Nadlu dampindi gana miona yata matanya wamada danyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise the Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Welcome everyone to this, the 2021 Merit Ceremony, the first time that we've staged this in smaller groups like that, of course, as a response to COVID. That responding to COVID seems to have been what we've all done over the last year, and certainly the students, you've experienced that, and you've really shown us that you can be adaptable, that you can overcome some of the challenges with your teachers and your parents that you've faced this year. There's been quite a lot of uncertainty, I think, this year, and dealing with that, of course, has been a real challenge for us as well. But, you know, in the Merit Ceremony this year, we're celebrating the achievements of over 1,000 merit recipients in 75 different Stage 2 subjects. I think this is a real showcase for the depth and breadth of the Sace, but it's also a showcase for the depth and breadth of your achievement. You know, when I was thinking about the Merit Ceremony and we were planning it, I was thinking around the time of Joe Biden's inauguration, and many of you will have seen the poem performed by Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate of the United States. If you haven't seen perform that poem, get onto YouTube and have a look at it. It's really quite amazing. I did want to steal a few lines from it, and these are the lines, some of the lines that really resonated with me. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light. If only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. That particularly resonated with me because while we are here to celebrate your successes, and it does feel like an end, of course it's not. It's a new beginning. It's a transition. And I want you to be brave enough to be that light. The future is always difficult to see. It's always in shade. And perhaps more than ever, the future is in shade. We need you to be that light, to be brave enough to be that light. You've shown us that there's something special about you. You've shown us that you can achieve at this level, that you can organise your learning, you can respond to the disruptions, you can perform when you need to. So really, the merit, while it is a symbol of your success, it's also a symbol of your role and responsibility. It's also a challenge. Come on, show us what you can do. Take the next step. We expect something of you now, so show us what you can do. Every year, we ask a special guest presenter to assist in presenting the merit certificates for each subject. These presenters have made an outstanding contribution in their chosen field. They are being that light. For the learning area of English, we're thrilled to have with us Jessica Alice. Jessica Alice is a poet, critic, broadcaster, artistic director, and chief executive. She's originally from Melbourne's west and now lives in Ghana country in Adelaide. Jessica is the director of Writers SA, the peak organisation for writing and literature in South Australia. She's deputy chair of the Arts Industry Council of South Australia, the state's independent sector-wide representative arts body. Jessica's a regular guest on ABC Radio and previously presented and produced 3CR's Women on the Line, Australia's longest running women's current affairs radio programme. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Jessica Alice.
Just some COVID stuff. Thank you so much, Martin, for the introduction, and thank you for welcoming me. I too will acknowledge that we're gathering on Ghana country and pay respects to elders past and present and to any First Nations people with us. And particularly acknowledge country now because obviously it is the appropriate protocol. But also because we are gathering now in the spirit of language and storytelling. And we are gathering on country where people have told stories and shared language for many thousands and thousands of years. And so I just reflect on the fact that it is an incredible honour and a privilege to be here with you in that spirit. So thank you. I'm delighted to be here to meet all of these wonderful students and to congratulate you all on everything that you've achieved. No pressure, huh? To be the class of 2020, of probably one of the most significant and profound years that the world has seen in recent memory. And there is something to celebrate in the fact that we are all here now. On the other side of that, I know how tough 2020 was, and I know how tough it was to be at home or to be in a place where you weren't able to see your friends in the usual way and that you couldn't live life normally and that everything was different. And you knew that that was happening at the same time that we're having an environmental crisis, that there is incredibly bizarre world politics going on, and all at the same time you have to finish school. And be the hope for the world. So what a privilege for me to be joining with you. I thought I would just take a moment to reflect on the fact that everything that you've learnt through school is preparing for what you do now, and you've got all the skills that you need. And I would share that everything that has got you to this point is what you'll keep carrying forward. And so those are things like your curiosity and your ingenuity and your fortitude. That's what you'll take with you. I thought I would mention that after Martin gave me a wonderful introduction, that my path to where I am now was not at all linear. It was quite unexpected. When I finished high school, I went into fashion design originally and loved it, but also found that it really wasn't for me. And so then I went to TAFE and I did a diploma of professional writing and editing, and it was absolutely fabulous. And from that space, I met a community of writers, I met poets, I met journalists, and found that you could, because this wasn't apparent to me before, I realised that you could make a living as a writer and you could pursue a passion for language and for story. And so from there I went to university and studied creative writing. I did an honours degree in feminist poetics, and then started working within, somehow used an honours degree in feminist poetics to start working in the arts industry, and started working for some of Australia's greatest arts organisations like the Melbourne Writers' Festival, like the National Young Writers' Festival in Newcastle, and now Writers' SA. We're located just over the road. So I didn't expect that this was going to happen. And some of you will have very linear careers, that you know what you want to do, and those steps will follow in the way that you expected. But some of you won't have that perfectly linear path. And I want you to know that that is okay, and that is normal, and that is increasingly normal in the world that we live in. And you might find yourself doing interesting things in industries that we can't even imagine right now, and that's thrilling. But everything that you've taken from what you learn when you study English, when you study, when you understand the importance of literacy, when you think about how to communicate with different people, and when you understand the power of language and storytelling, I honestly believe that you can do anything, because you have the most important trait, which is empathy. And you know how to distinguish truth from fiction, and you know how to communicate those truths. So I am, even though with all of the things, all of the weight that is on your shoulders, you are well equipped for all that lies ahead. So congratulations to the students. Congratulations to the parents. I know it would have been an incredibly difficult year. At Writers SA, we've been also trying to run all of our programs online and pivot to digital and do all of that great stuff and remain connected. And it can be hard when everything gets turned upside down. So well done to the parents as well. And to your teachers, who I'm sure have been such fantastic guides. I'm sure they're very proud of you too. And thank you so much to Sace for having me here. It's a real privilege to spend time with you and to see you all now at this pinnacle moment of everything that you've done. So thank you and congratulations once again. And remember to hold on to everything that you've brought forward so far. Your curiosity will be the guiding light for you. And as long as you stay interested and stay intrigued by the difficult problems in this world, but committed to working with them and fixing them, you will know exactly what you need to do. So thank you, and let's hand out some certificates.
Thank you, Jessica and Martin. I'll now introduce the merit recipients, but if I could please ask you to hold your applause until the end as I read out the names. Okay. Shraddha Angrish, merit recipient for English. Can I introduce V.O.? Zach Ofterhard. Can I present Brittany Aliff? India Bernardi. Maxwell Brogan. Polly Colcott couldn't make it today. I'd like to introduce now Liliana Carletti. Prudence Kassar. Thomas Chittleborough. Gianni. Sirocco? Holly Clark. Millie Grace Corbett. Koninika Data Gupta received a merit for English but is not here today. So I'll introduce Jasmine Doe. Patrick Douglas also received a merit and is not here today. Can I introduce Tamsin Edge? Sophie Edwards. Kabisha Imad. Merit recipient in English. Sarah. So Aisha Fernside and Elizabeth Finlay are not here today. Can I introduce Sarah Fleming? Kachina Georgie was also unable to attend today. Alexandra Holmes. Scarlett Hooper. Zakiya Hassani. Amy Huynh. Lei Xiang. Sharanaya Kamath. Talia Karagianis. Ekaterini Konturagianis. Orania Kutlakis couldn't make it today. I'd like to introduce Min Lei. Samantha Likos. Rose McKenzie. Jack McArdle. Can I introduce Harriet McConnell-Daish? Noah McNamara. Neve Michael Rubis. Scarlett Miles. Edward Milne could not make it today. I'll introduce Javika Nagpal. Luke O'Hara. Which ones? Shani. So Shaya Paddock and Jennifer Panozzo aren't here today. I'll introduce Shania Pranavitana. Angelique Patsouris. Deacon Penn was also unable to attend. I'll introduce Cass Plucken. Jayam Ravel. Prudence Robinson. Richard Rosser. Nimrat Kaur Sandhu. Nurbek Sandhu. Nigel Saw. Angelica Cinto. Hannah Sexton. Alexandra Short. Marley Simpson. Hope Smith. Ellie Stevenson. Lucy Stevens. Jessica Tai. Ella Trigg. Hannah Todorovic. Edward Tyson. Harrison Urin. Hannah Venturi. Sarah Wallace was unable to attend. I'd like to introduce Jordan West. Charlotte Woodruff was also unable to attend today, and I'd like to introduce Catherine Zhao. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like you to please congratulate all of our merit recipients for English. And please join me in thanking again our special guest presenter, Jessica Alice. Well, this concludes the presentation. You're welcome to take photos in front of Government House. But just to be careful and mindful of the COVID requirements while you're over there. Thank you very much.
this, then I can hold it like that, and I can hold it pretty steady. But I can probably steady it without my hands going, just because of the so even when I say hands behind it, you can have them here, like that. You're just not touching it. Because even touching it, you're going to have a little bit of vibration in there. Yeah? And also, after a while, it's a 10-minute speech, you're going to start to be like, you will have moments where you just get wonder and see how it's bad it is. But if I do this, I can still wonder and not worry and feel sort of static.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Sace 2021 Merit Ceremony. My name is Kerry Pienaar and I work for Prescient, the professional learning arm of the Sace board, and I am delighted to be your MC this afternoon. In a moment we will commence the presentations of the merits for the health and physical education learning area. But before we do, we need to cover some housekeeping. Firstly, in the event that we may need to, unlikely event we may need to evacuate, there are 2 exits, one on North Terrace and one on Kintore Avenue. Please follow our safety experts to help you safely out of the area if necessary. If you require toilets during or after the event, they are located on the left, to your left, behind this building. There will be official photographs taken on stage of each merit recipient, and you can have access to those. If you just check in the back of your booklets, it will give you that information. We're also excited to say that we are live streaming this event, and that is being done via the Sace board website. It will be available as a recording by the end of the week. So for the students, just a heads up, after you've had your photo taken, keep smiling because you'll still be on camera as you walk off the stage. Let's pause for a moment while you have time to turn off or put your mobile phones on silent. Thank you. It is now my pleasure to introduce the Chief Executive of the Sace Board, Professor Martin Westwell.
Ganamiana Wangandimani, Nabudni Gana Yatana, Nadlu Dampindi, Ganamiana, Yatamatanya Wama Dadanyaku. The Ghana people say welcome to Ghana country, and we recognise Ghana people as the landowners and custodians of the Adelaide Plains. Welcome everyone to the 2021 Merit Ceremony. It's a little bit different this year as we're running it in smaller groups, of course, because of COVID-19. You know, that's been, of course, the story of last year and all the pivoting and changing that we've had to do. And students, you've done that all year. Things have changed. You've had to respond to that. You've had to step up to some of the challenges. And you've done that. You know, what a final year to be in high school. But you've shown us how resilient you can be. And still excel in your learning. You know, I was thinking about the merit ceremony and also, you know, the excellence that you have shown. I was watching the inauguration, Joe Biden's inauguration, and listening to Amanda Gorman, the 22-year-old poet laureate of the States, and her poem, The Hill We Climb. If you've not seen that, her perform that poem, I suggest you go on YouTube and have a look. It's absolutely amazing. I just want to steal a few lines from that poem, the lines that particularly resonated with me for today. When day comes, we step out of the shade, aflame and unafraid. The new dawn blooms as we free it, for there is always light, if only we're brave enough to see it. If only we're brave enough to be it. And so today, when we are celebrating your successes, it might feel like an end. And of course it's not. It's a new beginning. It's a transition. The future is always in shade. We can't see it. And perhaps this year more than ever, we've seen so much disruption and uncertainty that the future is even more in shade. And so be brave. Be that light. You've shown us through your studies that there's something special about you. You've shown us that you can be that light. And so now when we think about your merit certificates that you're about to receive, they're a symbol of your achievement, but they're also a symbol of your role and responsibility to go forward and take an active role in the community. And I don't mean on our terms, I mean on your terms. To shape the world in the way that you want to shape it. Because you've already shown us that you can. You've already shown us what you can do with what you know. So take that and inspire others with what you can do. Every year we ask a special guest presenter to assist in presenting each of the merit certificates. These presenters have all made outstanding contributions in their chosen fields. And for the portfolio of subjects in health and physical education, we're thrilled to have with us Emma McCaskill. Emma is a leading Australian chef and business development coordinator at the Adelaide Institute of Hospitality. Emma's food philosophy celebrates cooking in Australia and draws on her Indian family heritage, as well as her extensive experience working in Asia, Europe, and Australia. For the past 16 years, the acclaimed chef has forged a hugely successful international career at restaurants including Ezard, Tetsuyas, Sace Baines, Narisawa, and in Adelaide at Penfolds McGill Estate, The Pot by Emma McCaskill, and Spark at Whitmore, as well as the Adelaide Institute of Hospitality. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please welcome Emma McCaskill.
Thank you, Professor Martin Westwell. Wonderful to see you all this afternoon, and great to have the opportunity to be face to face. It makes me think how fortunate we are to be in South Australia. I would first like to acknowledge and pay my respects to the Kaurna people, the traditional custodians whose ancestral land we gather on today. My name is Emma McCaskill, and I have forged a career as a chef for almost 18 years. I'm going to tell you a little bit about my background. I was born and raised in Adelaide. I attended Highgate Primary, Unley High School and Mercedes College. I probably shouldn't say this at a Sace graduation, but I was a hell of a student. As soon as I turned 18 though, I moved to Melbourne and commenced and completed my cookery apprenticeship under renowned chef Teague Ezard at the two-hatted restaurant Ezard. 4 years later, I relocated to Sydney to take on my first role as a chef de partie. No, that does not mean a chef that parties. It means that it's a qualified chef who is in charge of a section in the kitchen. During this time, Tetsuyas was ranked number 9th restaurant in the world. In 2011, I was offered a role as research and development chef at a 2 Michelin star restaurant in the UK, Sace Baines. In 2013, I travelled to Tokyo, Japan, and worked alongside a highly regarded chef, Yoshihiro Narisawa, at his 2 Michelin star restaurant, Narisawa. I initially offered to work for free for 6 months and ended up being the first non-Japanese chef to be appointed. That same year, we achieved Best Restaurant in Japan in the world's Best Restaurant list. In 2014, I reopened Penfolds McGill Estate as co-executive chef and was awarded Chef of the Year, Best New Talent, Restaurant of the Year, and listed as one of the top 10 restaurants in Australia. Despite all of this, though, my greatest achievement during this time was becoming a mum to my 2 daughters. In 2017, I opened my first solo venture, The Pot by Emma McCaskill, and was awarded a chef hat in the Age Good Food Guide and Gourmet Traveller. In 2019, I joined Spark at the Whitmore, and in that same year, it was awarded Best New Restaurant, and I was listed as one of Adelaide's top 20 most influential people. During the COVID lockdown last year, I started studying training, fulfilling my passion for sharing my knowledge of cookery to the next generation. This same year, I was recognised as InDaily's 40 Under 40, which is a list awarded to leading entrepreneurs, innovators, and future business leaders of SA. Today, we have a crowd from various areas of food, hospitality, health, outdoor education, and physical education. For the class of 2020, I'm so excited because you are the next generation. You have such an important role to play in the way you shape your industry's future. I want to share some advice that has been passed down onto me. When you start work in your field, learn from your seniors. Don't try to rush getting to the top. Master your craft, and then once you've mastered it, innovate it. Speak up and ask questions. We are all learning. If you need guidance, find a mentor. Find someone you respect and trust in the industry who will give you the time and seek guidance in them. This is so, so helpful. Doors will open. You will get opportunities and time to go away from your own environment and travel, meet other people and learn about other cultures, demographics, cuisines and professions. It's very exciting indeed. It's been a very challenging past 12 months, but despite the pandemic, you've all managed to show resilience, which tells me that you are the generation to look out for. Mums, dads, caregivers and teachers, thank you so much for your huge support this year. I'm extremely proud of all of the contributions you've all made, and I'm so excited to see what you do next. Well done.
Thank you, Emma, for sharing such an inspiring and amazing story and sharing such wonderful advice to our young people. I now would like to introduce to Martin and Emma our recipients of Merits for 2021. Jessie Aldridge for Physical Education. Jessie Aldridge for Physical Education. She couldn't be here today, but she will be awarded that certificate. The next person is Kalani Angwin for Food and Hospitality. Chloe Armstrong, Food and Hospitality. The next two people also couldn't be with us today, Maggie Bailey for Food and Hospitality and Kane Baldwin for Outdoor Education. But I'd like to present Olivia Benzie for Food and Hospitality. Jasmine Berlin, Outdoor Education. Ronnie Bruce, Child Studies. Nicole Bergen, Child Studies. Emma Karodis, Physical Education. The next three recipients couldn't join us today. They are Shivanshima Chauhan for Physical Education, Ha Cho, Food and Hospitality, Samantha Clayfield for Health. But please, I'd like to introduce Jasmine Cliff for Physical Education. Karsha Kondo, Food and Hospitality. Lauren Cook, Health. Emma Cooper Baldock for Food and Hospitality. Daniela Corbo, Child Studies. Our next recipient, Charlotte Croden, couldn't be with us today and she receives a merit in Food and Hospitality, but we do have Charlotte Curtis for Health. Harrison Edwards, Food and Hospitality. Despina Eleftheriadis for Health. Claire Ferguson, Physical Education. Laura Fox, Health. Our next recipient couldn't be here today, Cheyenne Gatter for Health. However, we do have Ellie Georgiaris for Outdoor Education. Another of our recipients couldn't be here today, Bridie Greenfield for Outdoor Education, but I'd like to introduce Ella Hobbs of Food and Hospitality. Trinity Hong, Physical Education. Kayla Howes, Health. Caitlin Hughes, Child Studies. Samantha Hughes, Health. Ethan Hurd, Food and Hospitality. Isabella Jawadi, Physical Education. Emma Jenke, Food and Hospitality. Chloe Katzer, Child Studies. Madison Kay, Health. Kate Kiros, Physical Education. Lauren Leonardis for Health. Joshua Martin, Food and Hospitality. Eliza Maslin, Health. Portia Matto, Food and Hospitality. Rebecca McGlashan, Health. Sophie McGarvey, Child Studies. Another of our recipients, Shelby Myers for Food and Hospitality, couldn't be with us today, but I'd like to introduce Chloe Montague for Physical Education. Amber Morgan, Food and Hospitality. Tegan Powell, Physical Education. Madison Redding, outdoor education. Annalise Romanuk for food and hospitality. Ella Roth, child studies. Chelsea Ruller, child studies. Madeline Ryan, health. Kurt Schenk, outdoor education. Greer Schubert, health. Isabel Shearer, physical education. Telia Shepherdson, food and hospitality. Danielle Sloman-Smith, food and hospitality. Olivia Smith, food and hospitality. Georgia Stanley Grace, outdoor education. Chelsea Steer, physical education. Zoe Stopford, food and hospitality. Our next recipient couldn't be here today, that is Jasmine Stretton for health. I'd like to introduce Tiana Simeonakis for child studies. And Lauren Thomas, child studies. Shana Tai, health. Jamie Venning, physical education. Abby Vieprek, health. An ex-recipient couldn't be here today, that is Shannon Vickers-Jex for food and hospitality, but I'd like to introduce Chelsea Walls for food and hospitality. Lucy Watson, outdoor education. Elise Wesley, child studies. Gisela Viadrowski, physical education. Emily Woolfall, outdoor education. Alice Winus, outdoor education. And finally, Lachlan Yates for physical education. Can we now have a round of applause for all of our merit recipients today? And can we please keep the applause going for Emma McCaskill, our special guest presenter? That concludes our ceremony today. Thank you very much for your attendance. You now have the opportunity to have some photographs around Government House. Please just adhere to COVID restrictions and listen to staff. However, enjoy the rest of your afternoon and your celebrations. Have a great day. Bye.